Raz, what's up? What is up? Quarters. At least to start with. I was thinking I was just going to get through my quarters tonight. But I didn't want to start at 11 like last night. And I just started because I started in the 70s. I worked a little bit today on some of the commands and stuff for chat. Points are now coins, so like to check your technically what your points are, it'll be exclamation mark coins now. I'm really not anticipating finding anything in the quarters until we get to the newer ones. So, whatever that means. Yeah, I forget you're kind of like me. Kind of old school, not that into technology. So, as you are in chat, you will accumulate what is now it's points within the new Streamlab chat system that I'm using. But I changed it. I changed them to coins. And you get so many coins per so much time that you're active in chat. So like you chat quite a bit, so you'll accumulate. Where like somebody that just sits in chat and lurks, they won't actually accumulate because it goes off of the activity in the chat, and you can check your total coin count by typing in exclamation mark coins or coin. I forget which one I did. It's coins with an S. And then like that Streamlabs will tell you how many coins you have in your bank. Yeah, I noticed that too. I think that's just typical wear though. I think, I don't think there's anything in that particular type of thing to really keep. I think I probably pulled all the 82s. All the 82s and 83s out already. I usually pull those when I hunt them in a hunt. and I switched up. As long as it works, I haven't had anybody test it yet. As long as it works, I switched up the slots game to the results. Instead of goofy names in the slot game, the results come out. 82s and 83s there was no mint sets released in 82 or 83. So if you find like a really good condition 82 or 83 quarter, they're pretty collectible because there was no mint sets in those 2 years. So essentially finding like real high quality condition ones are rare because all 82s and 83 quarters essentially were circulated. There were no mint sets released. Oh, I know what I was telling you. So like the slots game now, I switched up the results of the slots game as long as it works the way it's supposed to, and my change is actually saved. But now if you type slots, you'll get 3 results between, it'll say dollars, quarters, nickels, and pennies. And it gambles your coins. So number one, you're gambling your coins on the result. But if anybody does it and all 3 of them come up the same, like if they all come up dollars, like dollar, 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 for me that's going to trigger hunting a dollar roll. So I'll grab a dollar roll and actually switch cameras and we'll hunt a dollar roll. If all 3 of them come up nickel, 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 then I essentially hunt one nickel roll. So opportunity to do a couple hunts during one of these scope streams. That's not like just a complete hunt like I do a lot of times. Here's an 82, but like I said, you're really looking for really nice condition 82s, and this one's well circulated. And there's still the gamble, and there's the heist game. There's the gamble game and the heist game that people can spend coins on. What else is there? You can ask the Magic 8-Ball questions. Good scratch there, huh? I just thought setting up the slots game with an opportunity for me to grab if the slots hit right, for me to grab a roll and hunt it. That's kind of cool. Six more quarters in the 80s. And we're going to the 90s. Kind of weird how this rim kind of doubled up in this. From about 9 o'clock. From about 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, kind of ended up doubling a little bit. And then I kind of set myself up to you can't see it, but I've got my iPad behind essentially my scope screen here, and I've got a live Whatnot sale up. It's the Whatnot sellers that I bought those coins from in that one video. They're selling tonight, so I always like to sit and at least have them up if I'm on doing my own thing. How's the stream condition seem tonight? Only the second one with this new interface. If you're still here, that is, I guess. I don't know. I don't think these numbers are ever quite right on YouTube Studio. Seems okay? All right. I just never run any earplugs or anything, so I never hear how the audio feed really sounds. I just go by if my stats on the OBS look right. That's well worn. What are you up to today, Raz? The Run of Mill Friday. Just being a bum. Yeah, it's kind of all I did today. I washed the dishes today. Wife was on the road for work today. She usually works from home, but she was on the road today, so I'm like, well, I'll tinker and wash the dishes and stuff. Not a big dishwasher, but I'll do it occasionally for her. Watched some YouTube on about the Packer game last night, and thought, well, wife went to work again tonight, so like I might as well fire up a stream and go through some quarters. Boy, that... I don't know. Is there an 87... third repunch on a 87 Denver? I don't think there is. none of my books say anything about a repunch on an 87 Denver. Sure does look like one though, but it's probably just PMD. It's not in bad condition for an 87. Still got nice strong strike. Wasn't a bad looking 87. I think that sends us to the 90s. About half a jar. Maybe a little more than a half a jar. It depends on how they fall in there, really. Yeah, the books do for sure. And then I do have a Google document in my Google Drive that basically has them kind of listed out a little bit easier for me to look at than looking them up in the book. I mean, you can find the thing with like die chips, you can find on almost anything. It's just a matter of finding it. But there are specific mint errors for some of the statehood quarters. Yes, there are. But I usually have to go back and reference to some extent. The thing about the statehood quarters are, in the grand scheme of things, some of them are fairly new, you know, so I don't think there's been a lot of publication of books with like a full list of it. It's kind of like you kind of grab a little bit from this info, a little bit from this info, and then kind of compile it all together, and you kind of end up making your own list. Like right now, you know, I'm looking at my list here. Like the 1999 Philly Delaware has the Spitting Horse. And these are some of the bigger, like, more well-known chase errors, you know, that collectors go after. The Wisconsin has the Higher Low Leaf. That's a 2004. The 05 Kansas Philly has the In God We Rust, where the T of trust has been like struck through grease and it doesn't show up. Or the Spitting Buffalo, or the Humpback Buffalo, they call it. I got an 05 Oregon that just says that there's a double die reverse on it. I'd have to look that up in a book. Minnesota has the Extra Trees. Error. Wyoming, my note just says DDR. So, like, I would go to the book to find out what the DDR is actually on. Yeah, that's probably one of the most well-known errors is the extra leaf on the Wisconsin. Alaska has like extra claws. They call it the sixth claw because there's only supposed to be 5 on the grizzly bear. But a lot of times people will just call it extra because there'll be die chips on it and stuff, which ends up, you would save that too. But what you're really looking for is kind of like what looks like it's got an extra claw. The District of Columbia has the Ellington, and there's doubling on the keys of the keyboard. Another big one that everybody saves and chases is the 2015 Homestead, which is like a die chip on the roof of the cabin or a die chip down around the water bucket, and they'll call that the leaky bucket. And then you kind of get into the 2020s, which are a lot of the women quarters and stuff, and they all have certain die chips and stuff that most people chase. And I think Variety Vista website is probably the most comprehensive website out there that you can probably look at to try to find the errors. Yeah, it's Variety Vista, and I think it's .com. Is it .com? I don't like the fact that I cannot type from that chat. I dropped it in chat there. As far as I know, that's the most comprehensive listing of double die obverse and double die reverses. I don't believe they do die chips. Because some guys are into the die chips and finding them, like me. I have fun finding them and looking for them. And there'll be other guys in the hobby that they don't pay no attention to die chips, But that's probably because they're more also like in the hobby on a real financial side of things. And die chips, for the most part, unless it's somebody like me, who kind of chases them, they don't really hold any value. They're just cool anomalies to find and say, hey, I've got one of them. And then after a while, some of them will start piling up to the point where you're like, I'll just start giving them away because, they're not worth my time financially to post them on eBay and sell them and ship them. And, it's just not one of the big dollar things in the hobby. Not like the true high chase double die versions are, or varieties. Die chips are kind of like, what do I want to call it? Maybe like a little niche area of coin collecting. I'm not a real big fan of the statehood quarters and the women quarters and stuff like that. Because to me, some of them are so busy that it's really hard to kind of just quickly look at them and find a die chip, or find something specific that you're looking for. Depending on how busy they are. And some of them have really busy designs. But they definitely have their fans. I'm not saying that they're not liked. They definitely are. I think one thing that the statehood quarters and now the women's series quarters, I think it was intentionally done to facilitate this, but I think they really brought a lot more people into the coin collecting hobby. Because you started trying to collect your own state or something like that, and I think the Mint probably did that on purpose, and they probably knew that it was going to like spur the hobby and inject some life into the hobby. Is what I'm guessing. Yeah, and I think you're going to see something. The Mint is going to continue to do that, where they're probably going to come up with different things like that, constantly. I shouldn't say constantly because they don't want to be changing the dice probably too much. But I think you're going to see that a lot more in the future, where your run of the mill circulated coins are going to have a collectability. They're going to have a collectability to them more so than just the date chase. I don't know what they would do. But this bird still looks good. This was a 96 or something, wasn't it? Too bad it wasn't in a little better shape. I'd set it aside. But I don't really need it. My coin cloth is not sliding very well tonight for some reason. Might be because they're quarters and they're a little heavier. A bit stale. Yeah, and everybody's gonna, they're gonna have their opinions on stuff they release that they like and don't like and stuff, and the Mint does a lot besides the circulated currency. I mean, they do silver bullion stuff, they the silver dollars and stuff. I'm not interested in them at all, but they're doing like the comic character silver coins and stuff now, and I'm probably not as much of a silver stacker as a lot of guys are. Ever a lot of people say they like that. Kind of a light strike on the dollar there, but it's all in what you like, I'm guessing. You know, and what you're interested in. Just like any other collectible. Hey, my graduating high school year. Yeah, I think the Roosevelt dime is up for a redesign. For 2026. I was going to say there'll be 2026 coins. I don't know if the nickel is getting a redesign or not. I'm almost positive I heard the dime was getting it. We'll see if, we'll see if I like them or not. I don't collect dimes at all, so I don't completely don't deal with dimes. I got a handful of dimes that I'm going to be, at some point, are going to be giveaways on the channel and stuff, and because I just do not collect them. There's just something about dimes I just don't like that much. Part of it comes from the fact that they're so small to look at and stuff. The $50 is getting a redesign. I probably heard at some point on somebody's YouTube channel what was slated for redesign and stuff. I just probably don't remember it off the top of my head. I don't know if I can do. I guess I can do it. So I can get some commands to work. course, when I do that, I end up firing up some of my hotkeys. Well, it looks like everything's working with this new system anyway, so that's a positive. Oh, for a second I thought, for a very short second, I thought maybe a little die chip, but it's damaged. You can see that it was contacted and the bottom of that eye was just smashed over. I don't know why my coin cloth doesn't want to slide as well tonight. I don't know. Usually it slides pretty nice and easy. I think that's a die. That's a die crack. that is elevated. I don't think it continues though. I don't see it on the other side anywhere. Unless, I don't know if you're still around, Raz, but I don't see where it's extending any farther than the head of that eagle. I mean, that just does not look scratch at all. That, because that's elevated. That's not a deep scratch, and that has very, very little bit elevated, and then it comes down through here and all the way through there. I mean, 99% of the time you're gonna be looking at a scratch, but I don't think that's a scratch, because that between the S and the wing really looks like it's elevated, and it's got a little bit of a bigger area right there. I'm gonna set that side as a possible die chip or die crack. Probably not noticeable with the yeah, it looks elevated even with the magnifying glass. Yeah, I'll call that a die crack, and maybe we'll see what Luke thinks. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you're right. It maybe starts a little bit on the serif, but it doesn't. It definitely doesn't look like it significantly goes through the letter. But I'm leaning die crack on that. We'll see what Luke thinks next time he's around, or I'll post it in the Discord or something. Get a couple second opinions on it. That might be a pretty neat find. Not a whole lot of value or money in it, but definitely one of the anomalies that I hunt. Because that's not post-mint damage. That's something that was created on the die. Yeah, and you and I are thinking exactly the same on that, Raz. A scratch you would see some type of consistency through the letter. You are right. I do agree with you. So like this Delaware coin, I don't know if you've ever heard of the spitting horse, but you can find a die crack that basically is coming right out of the horse's head here, and that is called the spitting horse. We don't have it, but a little bit of a doubling of the rim on this. And then it kind of goes away at 9 o'clock or so. That's not something I typically save. I've saved a couple like double rimmed ones that were significant on some older pennies that I've set aside. Looks like there might be a little machine doubling on the L here and the L here. And I don't think there's any double die reverse on a whatever this one is. So this can be tricky though, because like sometimes what you see there, it's not even actually there. It's like how the scope light is hitting the coin and making like shadows and stuff. So sometimes those get really, really kind of. But not anything to hang on to there. Shadows are dirt, yeah. Sometimes, occasionally, I'll get like tricked initially by like shadows. Where you really kind of get the like those lighting tricks on lettering and stuff is like pristine newer coins, because there's such a glare that comes off of the lettering or the numbers of the date and stuff, that it kind of sometimes will trick you into thinking there's doubling there, even if it is just machine doubling, but it looks like doubling. That's why I kind of like at least a little bit of wear on a coin, because you don't have that glare on it and stuff that really kind of creates some of that doubling illusion, if that makes sense. Looks like 5 more in the 90s, and then we're moving on. Or no, I got a little bit more in the jar of the 90s. I didn't dump the whole jar initially. Another Delaware. A lot quieter tonight than last night. I didn't expect to have anybody in the room last night when I started at 11. Which is why I went live at 11, because I didn't figure I'd have anybody in there and I could play with all these new settings. And it ended up being a little busier than I thought it was going to be. Which is good, I guess. It means the channel's getting some activity. Yeah. Yeah. That is true there, Raz. Yeah, we're probably 20 more 90s. 20 more coins in the 90s. Yeah, the seller that I'm in is selling another proof Susan B. Anthony that I guess I'm going to have to buy. No, I'm not buying it for $6. It's a little overpriced. I think I bid twice on it. 5 was about right, but I think that's what it sold for. I think it sold for 5. Keep getting an error on my stream, but I don't think it affects you guys watching too much. I haven't had any bad buffering or anything, have I, Raz? My OBS has not dropped a single frame all night. I don't mind it too much, because, I mean, I'll even be able to, like, sit and watch. Like, I've got one of the Whatnot streams up, like I was saying now. I'll be able to actually, they'll be, like, on a particular item and, like, selling it, and they'll have some things written on the coin flip. But, I mean, I can just tell that it's not real accurate, so I don't usually get too taken on things. Well, and that's the key, is having a good local coin store, and, you know, kind of get to know either the employees that are there or even the owner. I usually know when something has been overbid now, pretty, you know, because it just takes a while being around, I think, the hobby and stuff, but it's like that for the card hobby or, you know, anything else. You know, it's just you have to be around the hobby for a while before you start to realize what's overpriced or what's underpriced, and, you know. Although I will say I overpay for several things that I just want to collect. You know, like, not just in the coin world and stuff, but, like, I don't know. I think you saw the video that I did of the Ulysses S. Grant and the Robert E. Lee bookends. I mean, those are expensive bookends, but I wanted them bad enough to where it's like, okay, I'm willing to pay for them. But that's the one nice thing I've always said too about, like, me considering myself a true collector of things, is I don't have to so much worry about a flipping margin and stuff, you know, because a lot of what I buy is truly just going in my personal collection because I want to say I have it. It's not, I've always said I never make a buy at all with the mindset of what can I make on this item. if I have that mindset at all, then I don't make the buy, because then I know that it's not a piece that I truly want to just be able to say I have in my collection, whether it's coins or guns or you know, books. I'm kind of into the older books and stuff, so but I never approach anything from what can I get for it after I purchase it. It's always, do I want it bad enough to overpay for it or win the auction, or that type of mindset. Which, like I've said before, it's a double-edged sword, because I don't do a lot of getting rid of stuff that I don't need, essentially, but probably should do more getting rid of stuff that I'm ready to move on from or something. And sometimes I'll get to the point with a certain item, whether it's a coin or gun or something, and it's like, not so much guns, because I never sell guns. I never get rid of guns. But more so like a coin or a card. If I'm dabbling in the card collecting and stuff, which I still do, which we're going to open some football cards on the stream here at some point during the season for sure, because I kind of get back into it once the football season starts. And I kind of get the desire to crack some football packs and stuff and chase some Packer cards. But I should sell probably and like get out of some of that stuff, like a card that I've had for a while, and it's like, okay, I'm past like really being excited that it's mine, and get rid of it. Almost kind of like pass it on to the next collector to, for them to have it in their collection and them appreciate it until they decide, they don't want it on display or something anymore. Like I do, a lot of card displaying, and the coin display stuff is more on the other side of the office here. Well, yeah, I mean, cards are my actual first true collection passion. I have a lot of Magic cards. Mostly Magic cards, and then football. But I will get rid of anything that's not a Packer card. If there's if there's an avenue to get rid of it, I will get rid of non-Packer cards. I just collect Packers because I'm a Packer fan. And then there's a couple other card genres that I will collect and stuff that typically will never probably end up on the channel, because they don't fit the channel hardly at all. I mean, you probably very rarely will ever see me do too much Magic cards on the channel, but you will see me do football. That is something that is coming, probably in the next week or so. I just got to buy myself my next box of cards. Looks a little doubled, but I don't know if there is doubling. Yeah, I remember you saying you did bullion. I think at some point when this coin was in better shape, you probably were going to be able to pick up heavy machine doubling in some of this. Oh, for sure. Yeah, because I mean, your world bullion, most of that's like 1 ounce silvers, right? I dabble a little bit in the silver stuff and the bullions. It's just I pay really close attention to whether I'm willing to pay the premium on a design that I like. That's the whatever the premium is. Am I willing to pay that? Over spot price of silver. And I will. But I will pay attention as to how that particular piece is priced. How much premium is it over? But if it's a piece I really want, let me see. I bought that 5 ounce. I bought that 5 ounce Ulysses S. Grant bullion coin. Let's see if I got my stats. I usually keep stats. I got a Excel sheet that I put stuff in. Let's see, and I usually have it like in the Excel sheet what I paid over, like a percentage. So 5 ounce Grant Commander Series coin, 5 ounces bullion. Bought it in March. I bought it for $202.32. At the time, silver was $33.02. I mean, that was only a 22%, 22.5% premium. So silver gold ratio at the time was 91. So I mean, I would have paid way more than 22% over, or 22% premium for that. I mean, if it was priced that much higher, just because it was a piece I knew I really, really wanted. Scottsdale, yep, Scottsdale did that, but I got it through SD Bullion. But it is a Scottsdale piece. Let me look quick. I got a site that I just pull up quick and it gives me it right off the bat. 4216. It was as high as 4238. Well, my time, your time, whatever, but it says about 4 o'clock in the morning, it was 4238. So it's lost a little bit today. I mean, I think right now it's a good time to buy silver regardless, because silver is going to keep going up. It's just at what rate and how long it's going to take, I mean, it may take a long time before you see 46, 48, or 50, with how slow it does move, but it's going there. So nobody's wrong to be, stacking, if that's kind of your hobby and your game. There's a guy I watch, and he's in the channel here quite often. Littlefoot is a big silver stacker that I watch his channel, and he stops in occasionally. here to my channel, and but he's a fractional guy. He likes buying the constitutional silver and stuff, because he's a stacker, but he's kind of approaching it from that prepper standpoint, where if that's your angle, you want the fractional stuff, because the fractional stuff is going to be essentially able to be bartered with, in a end of society type of situation or something, where it's not that feasible for me to take a 5-ounce piece of silver, or the people that buy the 10-ounce ones and stuff. You're not stacking that essentially to barter with. Where if you got constitutional, silver, you'll be able to barter with just the melt value of it. And that's about as up on silver as I kind of stay in the silver hobby. Like I said, I'm much more grab the pieces that I just like the design of or something. I'm not buying silver every day like some people. Yeah, and Raz, you're probably not right, and you're definitely not alone in that opinion. I think it's hard to anticipate. Come that time, if it ever comes. I there's a part of me that agrees with you that it's not going to be that big of a thing, but it may still have some value to trading, in that SHTF situation. But you're right. I mean, I can agree that it may not be as big of a thing as some people are making it out to be. I mean, me personally, I would rather be, and I do, not so much from a stacking mindset and stuff. Well, from a prepper's mindset and stuff. But, I am essentially like stacking ammo. I mean, I'm constantly reloading and, like just making sure I've always got ammo and stuff. But I'm not a real big conspiracy theorist either, I mean, I may never see the day where it matters. Probably not a lot. I mean, I couldn't even tell you it off the top of my head without going to the conversion app or something, But there are guys that keep up on it and they know exactly what a dime, a 90% dime or a 90% quarter is worth and stuff. So, and I think there's a handful of people that probably can tell you off the top of their head. It's just not me. But I agree with you. I mean, in that situation, how much fractional silver you got probably isn't going to be the biggest issue that you're going to be worrying about. And it's just my anticipation that in that situation, there's going to be plenty of people that are still going to take your regular currency. I don't know if I really believe there will ever be a time where like sovereign currency will go to absolute zero and nothing will be worth anything. All right, last 90s coin. Yeah. Nope, you're right. Like I said, I guess I'm still in the mindset is I would rather be in good supply of guns and ammo. But that's just me being a guns and ammo fan too. Now we're getting into the years of the quarters that, die chips might be a little more prevalent. The other thing that's going to be a little more prevalent is a whole lot of machine doubling. Well, I'm going to be able to turn quarters in next week sometime. We should not see any 2009 quarters in this because I typically pull those out during the hunt, so I would not have jarred any 2009 quarters. Yep. It's basically what I do. Anything that doesn't get kept through a hunt, because during the hunt stream, pulled out and saved as a hunt find, or gets saved off of one of the scoping streams, essentially get re-rolled back up. And I wouldn't say I trade them one for one, if that makes sense. So it's like if I bring in, I might be bringing in 10 rolls of quarters and 15 rolls of nickels and so many rolls of dollars and stuff. I'm not always trading them one for one. I usually have like a note that I've made out, and it's like, this is how much money is here in total, and I may want, more nickels that time at the bank, or I may want more dollar rolls that time. So it's not always, I don't always go one for one, if that makes sense. I just kind of decide what I'm low on and stuff. Because a lot of times when I go in for like a restock or a turn in, what I call a turn in, I'm already still sitting on 20 rolls of nickels or something like that. So it's like I don't really need to restock those. So that money amount might go heavier into dollars. But I am getting my turn in stash close to probably doing it next week. You got to be getting near the top of the old points there now, Raz. You've been hanging out for most of the evening. Luke has got 150 because I dumped him a bunch of points last night when he was helping me set things up. Because you can only do some of the commands with it costs points to do, and he was essentially helping me see if things were actually running and would trigger. So I had to dump him a bunch of points so he could essentially do commands. Yeah, I was going to say, you have to be getting up there, especially in points. You know, because you've hung out most of the evening and you're active in chat, so points are going to, they're going to disperse to you. I guess the whole point, top points and top hours and stuff, you know, a little bragging. I have no idea. Well, number one, like Tim was here last night for a lot of the night, so he ended up, you know, having that 50. I don't, the way Luke explained it to me is because I'm not essentially that active in chat, like typing and submitting chat, that I don't accumulate the same as like somebody like you would. You know, that's basically that you're communicating your whole time like that, where I'm talking, but chat doesn't see me as active. I think my hours are probably, you know, going up. I mean, essentially, I should end up being number one in hours at some point, is my assumption. Because I may sit in chat, time-wise, by myself one whole night, you know. So, and if I do 3 hours by myself, it's going to push me way ahead of everybody else that, you know, comes in occasionally or as a regular. Like, if you type exclamation mark, I think it's top hours, you'll get an hour list. And I'm guessing I'm probably 2 in that, I'm guessing, without looking at my back end of stuff. But Luke even said, he's like, it's so quirky how it does things and stuff. Hey, Tim. How's the night? I'm on quarters this evening, at least for another. Maybe I'll be around for another hour. Maybe, I don't know. Get through these quarters. What are you up to today, Tim? Or I guess it's evening now. Yeah, it's damn near 10 o'clock for me. Yeah, I think there's an exclamation mark gift. Tim, try okay, so you just did top hours, so it'll pop up in a second. Oh, that's don't separate top and hours, Tim. It's all one, I think. Because you put a space between top and hours, it only ran top points. Sometimes you can find a little doubling on this saddle hoof. But it is definitely not there on this. Just got you food. I was just thinking that. I'm like, I may not go as long tonight as I think because I kind of am getting hungry. Try slots for me too, Tim, when you get a chance if you're still hanging around. I switched slots up. Me and you on the same time zone. Are you asking or telling me? I'm central because I'm in northern Minnesota, so I know I was talking to somebody about it last night. Was it you and me? Oh, Raz is actually one because on ours because Luke hasn't been here tonight. I'm number 4. I don't know how I'm number 4 where I should end up. I don't know how they figure that part of it out. Actually, my hours really don't matter for the most part. I kind of wish it wouldn't include the streamer, to tell you the truth. Okay, you and I are both in the same then. I don't think I changed the command from slots. I just changed what comes up in slots. Yeah, algorithm overlords. It's a good way to put it. You might have to separate the slots and the amount. Let me look and see how it looks over here. I guess I don't know. Try separating that. I don't have it on cooldown or anything. Yep, same as me. Yeah, but nobody's done a slots all stream, so unless because you did, you wouldn't still be on a cooldown from doing top hours. It doesn't cool the user down from doing anything, does it? You could do slots and something else back to back, I would think. There, it worked. So Tim, see how I changed the what do they call them? The emojis to nickel, dollar, and quarter. There's penny in there too as a fourth one. So what I've decided is if anybody plays slots and gets all three of them in a row, then whatever all three of those are, I'm going to go and hunt a roll of them. So I got to always have like a couple rolls on the, on the back burner. Yeah, you got nickel, dollar, quarter that time. I figured that'd be a neat way to like force a couple roll hunts during a stream, especially if it's not a hunting stream that I usually do. Like, some streams I'll do and I'll just be hunting a handful of rolls. I call it my 4-3-2-1 hunt, which is four nickels, 3 pennies, 2 quarters, and $1 roll. And that's just a hunt stream, obviously. But if I'm sitting here doing a scoping stream like this, where I'm going through certain decades of coins, if somebody plays slots and hits 3 of them, all 3 the same, I'll have it to where it triggers me to hunt that particular type of a roll. Yeah, I always pick up dollar rolls. I love dollars. I love the small dollar rolls, or the small dollar coins. I'm a fan of the presidents. I'm obviously I must type something that popped up Packers. So I started this not too long ago, so that and I have some of the NIFCs that are the later date ones in my other catalog or in my other album, but starting to fill out at least the early ones pretty good. It's hard to find good looking Phillies, like a lot of these duller ones are Phillies. It's hard to come across the MS Philly stuff. Yeah, I thought it would be cool to kind of add that into the game. To where if you hit the 3, I'm going to hunt one of those rolls. Yeah, I'm a Susan B. Anthony fan. Like I said, I almost bought that one over here on the Whatnot stream that I've got going up. I just didn't want to pay that much for it. if you get the right year in a proof and it's a high grade, they still hold some value, even though everybody hates them. What's up with the U? With the U? What U? Oh, last coin? Man, I might have already thrown it. It wasn't. This is the last coin, but I think there's such a delay. I think there's such a delay on the stream that this might not be the last coin. See, that's the bad part about this, about streaming, is like somebody like Tim, like you say, what's up with the U? By the time I see that, I might be 3 coins past what you were commenting on. So it's kind of a bad system as far as I'm just looking to see, and I don't remember what the coin was before this one, so it might be this one was the coin before. You got 92 coins off of that, Tim? How does the heist determine what your coin result is? Is that in settings too? I'll have to look. There's edge contact, reads, coin edge reads. Yes, I saw Sacagawea came out in gold this year. I ain't touching that. I think there's a whole lot of the community that thinks that, I mean, not that it's not a nice coin, but it's just right on front in trust. It wasn't this coin. See, that's what I hate about the delay in the video and the chat. Is like if somebody says something about a coin, I'm going to be very likely beyond that coin. I could start keeping them in some type of order though after I do them. Yeah, gold is, that's why everybody loves silver. Tim, I would say from this point forward, if you see something on a coin you think I passed, try to give me the year and the state if it's a quarter anyways. I'll have to look at what the heist settings say at some point. Because you got 92 coins for that heist, huh? Let me check my... Yeah, it says you got 95 now, which seems odd because you should have had more from last night. But you've been playing some of your coins too, so I forget that you actually do use your coins quite a bit. I got one I'm going to show you after this one, Tim, and see if you agree with me. Or if you say, no, I'm crazy and not looking at things right. Would you say die crack? I called it a die crack initially because that is not a scratch. That's raised, and it continues up there, continues down here, and you kind of lose it at the eagle. It doesn't go any farther than the eagle, but to me that was very die crackish. Give me your second opinion. Yeah, I was gonna say you were over 100 last night. At some point, I remember you being over 100. I set that one aside because I truly believe die crack on that. Oh, I agree. I play him in Luke's streams all the time. Do you have you been in Luke's stream? Do you watch Luke's channel? All right. So then my analysis was right on. I figured it was. I set it aside. I'm going to save it. I think that's one of the very first quarter die cracks I've actually came across. No value, but like I said, if you're like me and just enjoy hunting the anomalies. The die crack quarter had a cut on the head? Or are you talking on the head of the eagle where the crack stopped? I guess I didn't consider what was on the eagle's head really a cud. Because I didn't see anything on Washington's head. You're not talking about that, because that's on most eagles, isn't it? Yeah, that back piece is on most eagles. Unless I burned past something that had a cut on the head and I didn't pick it up. All right, what about about that much more in 2000 to 09. And then I think we go significantly down in the last two jars. Well, 2000s have got a lot to look at yet. Yeah, I might be here for a while yet tonight. In all reality. Pretty good. I'm calling that a die chip. Because that looks raised to me. And second opinion, Tim. Oh, did you add Discord? I put that Discord message in chat just because I got to start using Discord a little bit more. That looks like a pretty good die chip in the B. That don't look like damage to me. And I'll be the first to say damage over anything else. I actually probably call certain things that aren't damage. So I am definitely not one of those collectors that tries to see stuff that's not there. That B, yo. Were you calling out the die chip on the B? I'm guessing that's what you meant there. And I'm setting that one aside as a keeper. Machine doubling and pretty decent machine doubling in God We Trust. Yeah, so, okay. I'm assuming you saw that B in that, where you typed that B, yo, was referring to the die chip in the Liberty. That's why I kind of moved on from it. Plus, I set it aside if you wanted to take another look at it. That coin I can go back to. That is a scratch. Initially, I was like, oh, well, that could be a die chip. That's a scratch. I do like these modern coins, these 2000s to 2020s, because there is so much to look for, and it's like I said it earlier tonight to Raz. I'm like, it's like they're a double-edged sword, because I like them because there's so much to look at and look for. But then the downside of them to me is that some of them are so busy that it's hard to catch some things because they're like real busy reverses, at least on some of the designs. Might have to go make another cup of coffee here pretty quick because I think I'm going to be here longer than I expected. I do collect South Dakota just because I like the pheasant design, but I think I'm kind of slowing down on saving all of them if they're not absolutely pristine. It's one of those things where I think I have like over 100 of them or something like that. I keep I'll pass on a lot of machine doubling coins unless it's like an excellent like a real heavy example of it. Like I've got a couple that I'm like it's heavy machine doubling. Where it's those type of coins that like trick a lot of people when they first get into the hobby, thinking that it's a true double die. Yeah, there ain't much value in machine doubling, but they're cool to find. You know, if you're like me and kind of that anomaly type of hunter. Slow in here tonight. I went late. I went on late last night. I was telling Raz earlier tonight. I went on late last night because it was the first time I was firing up the Streamlabs stuff and trying to get a feel for it and stuff. So I was like, I'll go on at 11 o'clock and nobody will be in the room. And it ended up it was semi busy in the room there for a while. Where tonight I kind of felt like I've got a good handle on like how the Streamlabs runs now, and so I'm like, well, I'll go on it. How long have I been on? Yeah, I'm 2.5 hours now. I've been on for a while. But I started at like 8, 7 or something like that. I don't remember. I think I'm alone now. Now YouTube says 0, so now I think I'm alone. The rotation on that, or did I just flip it wrong? I flipped it. I should. Let's do this. See if it works. CoinQuester. I have watched CoinQuester in the past. I added a timed message. We'll see if it kicks in. We'll see if it works. It might not work until the next stream. Luke was telling me sometimes when you add like a new setting during a live stream, it doesn't actually like hit and work until the next time you like go live. So I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see if this timed message works. I got your last chat message quicker. See, I don't know how quick they come through. I just know there's a delay in the messages and chat versus video and stuff. So I don't know what the delay is. It seems faster. Either that or my stream health got better. I have the same error I had last night. And Luke and I were talking about like what I have to do to fix it. But Raz was saying earlier that there's no buffering or anything to the stream, so I don't think it's affecting the stream that way at all. And Luke actually got rid of the Streamlabs plugin that I essentially plugged into OBS because he said it messed with his stream quality and stuff. But unless you are seeing something and experiencing something different, Tim, Raz says the stream itself right now, you know, other than the occasional buffer for whatever reason, things are. he was saying are smooth and good and clear. Sometimes I notice that you don't know if it's your stream quality or if it's the person watching that doesn't have a good enough Wi-Fi signal. That it, it's on their side and essentially not the streamer's side. Seems all good. Perfect. I turned down the background music a little bit last night because Luke said it was maybe just a hair too loud. How do you feel about that? About where it's at right now? Front of Louisiana. Is that a strike through on the B in front of the Louisiana? All right, I'm going to wait for a second on your investable. Yo. What's up, my friend? Direct me. Oh, you meant on the obverse. Okay. I'm guessing. This is the Louisiana. Is this the B we're looking at? I don't see anything that's standing out to me other than maybe a little bit of damage, postman damage. That's like a dent of some sort. I'm going to just, until you say you're good with that coin, I'm going to set it up. Investable, what's up, my man? What's new? You haven't been in a stream, Investable, since I installed Streamlabs. Now we got points, and actually they're coins in the stream, but we got coins, and the mini games are all. Tim's been playing mini games. They all seem to be kicking. Seems like all my timed messages are coming through. For his technology we want to call it. For as bad as I am with it, technology, things seem to be working. Your newest one, 54D MS63. Did you already do a video on that one? I thought. Did I see a video on that one already? You know what I should do, Tim? You might have to. It might be coins, Tim. I might have changed that command to coins and not points. Top will work. Yeah, it ain't gonna be long. You're gonna take over Luke. Try. Oh, you just won it tonight, so you ain't even got it. So that's an upcoming video. I think I changed the exclamation mark points to exclamation mark coins, Tim, if I remember right. Ooh. That's dangerous. Tim's going all. Does all work on heist? Guess we'll soon find out. I will keep an eye out for a video drop then, Investable. So it's already graded as an MS63. And 2 buffaloes. Oh, 12 proof coins. I'm a proof fan. I would say over time I've become more and more a proof fan. Yeah, it doesn't look like your heist all. Oh wait, your heist all did run. I was going to say, I don't think your heist all ran. Risky, risky, risky. So you'd be risking 100 and... What'd you have? 113? Yep, you can do gamble. Oh, you doubled it, huh? You doubled it. Ooh, risky win there. Well, that just put you in number 1. Kind of an anomaly here, but I think that's just damage, don't you, Tim? You know, it took a contact. It took contact to the point of like smashing it in a little bit. That's the way I'm looking at that. I think it's a stretch calling those chips. Until you gamble. Oh, you think it? Yeah, machine damage or like I said, I would like to see the inside of the 8 still there, and then essentially a complete chip. That's kind of the way I look at it. Yeah, it was in the 8 and the 6. I still passed on it. That's one of those coins that fall into that category of I can't save everything. I would rather save the real definitive stuff than stuff that's like, it's kind of cool, but it doesn't really, it's not significant. Thanks for stopping in, Investable. I'll keep an eye on your channel. Exactly. Not good enough to keep. You and I are on the same page there. Yeah, I'll give away better stuff than that, actually. At some point. That's a turn back into the bank coin. Well, it looks like my slot game message is running now, so that's good. That works. We can't keep everything. You're telling me, man. I don't know. Was it you last night that I said you should see my office? Between coins and cards and guns and reloading and stuff like that. It's like I can't. I gotta downsize occasionally. And my whole point is going to be like to try to pass the stuff on to to collectors that are going to hopefully, at least that they'll appreciate things for a while, even some of the coins that are truly in my collection. Yeah, it was you and me that were talking about that. Okay. I forget who I've talked to what about and what conversations you have with, what people that are regulars in the stream. Damage. I had more 2000s to 09 than I thought I had in the jar. Guess it's good I did this stream tonight to clear some of these out. I might run and make a cup of coffee here pretty quick there, Tim. I don't know if you're going to hang out any longer or... Once I go do that, it'll be a couple coins here before I do that. Well, I got this Whatnot stream going on next to me here, and I have not bought a single coin tonight. I almost pulled the trigger on that Proof Susan B. Anthony. But there were a couple people bidding that up just a little too much. Especially when you figure in that you're paying $4. I pay $4.50 in shipping from this seller. I didn't want to turn that into a $12 coin. I think what I'll start doing, Tim, I don't know if you're still here, but like once I spin through a coin, I'll set that coin that just left the scope in a particular area. So I'll have like a spot to where I can go back if somebody says something about a coin that I had just essentially done, to where I can still grab that coin and go back to it and not have to search for the coin. That'll give me enough time, I think, in chat delay to be able to still grab that coin and go back to it. Because I will probably blow by stuff that somebody in chat's going to be able to see it. And I blew by it. Did you say it let you join and that Discord link worked for you, Tim? And you were able to join the Discord? I don't have Discord up, so. It's funny how, Philly and Denver, you can usually tell what you're looking at before you even get to the mint mark, just off of like the color of the coin and like the strike definition and stuff. I mean, I'm not always right, but I usually got a pretty good guess. Granted, it's 50-50 guess, but a lot of times I'll be like, before I look at a mint mark, I'll be like, it just looks like a Philly struck coin, and it usually is. Is he streaming now? What is his channel again? I don't know if I have it. I don't have it. I don't know if I have it subscribed to. Drop the link for me, and then I'll go right to it right now during the stream, and I'll make sure I hit the subscribe button. So I don't think I was in there a while back, but I don't know if I'm subscribed to him.
So if you're still here, yeah, drop me the link again. And I'll just click on it now. Oh, this one's still got good definition in his face and stuff. It's kind of cool to see. Las Vegas Coin Hunter. Is that Coach's channel? I don't remember it being that. Or does that actually like tag somebody? Because I just looked and I do need Coach's channel. Oh, did I miss you dropping Coach's channel then somewhere? All right, let me go to my YouTube interface here quick. Got it. Now I'm subscribed to him. Now I'm good to go. Now I'll be able to come in there and hang out. I was also I don't know if you're still here, Tim, or not, but I was also thinking of like setting up
Oh, I don't get pushed to your YouTube feed. It's that whole thing is goofy because I'm subscribed to some people too that I don't get pushed their channels don't get pushed to my feed. What I was about to say there though, Tim, was I was thinking that I may even use the store function in Streamlabs to essentially just put up some coins that can be essentially purchased with your channel coins. That'll take a little bit of me learning how to do it, but I do believe that's an option to where like I can put store items up that is actually purchasable just with channel coins. Yeah, that whole algorithm on the feeds and stuff, I've never figured that stuff out. I always thought the more you watch the channel, the more it'll show up in your feed and stuff too, but it doesn't seem to be the case sometimes. What do I got? 7, 8 more coins in the 2000s to 2009. Holy smokes. Not worth looking at. I don't know what happened to this. What the back looks like. This looks like
Yeah, this was definitely an ender at some point. I this is a Tomlov, so I can do this because, and it is the 10-inch, and then I actually have another one. And I've got that one, and then that one there. That small one there actually connects to my phone. It's a Wi-Fi to the phone one. It doesn't go anywhere else. And I forget what brand that one is. Now that I moved the camera, I guess it goes right back. Yeah, I love them. I love using Microsoft, but then like a lot of the times when I hunt, I'll use, I got just a. Boy, I gotta clean it. So I've got this magnifier that I can just kind of hold a coin to, and it works pretty well. I picked this one up, which has got some measuring spots on the side. It's got a little light on it, and then it's got black light if you hit it twice. And then I really like these, for like getting close to your eye and then like really getting close. But then I don't know if you've actually been in like a hunting stream of mine, but I'll hunt with essentially this camera that's showing the scope right now, and I mean it's not zoomed in, but so I'm actually looking through this screen. When I hunt, I'll use this particular camera and I'll look at the coins through the screen and stuff. I won't, try to look at them naked eye wise and stuff. Yeah, my eyes are, and I'm turning 50 this year and stuff. And I mean, I just in the last, I'll say 4 years have noticed that my eyes are significantly different than they were 4 years ago. I mean, it's actually one of the reasons I kind of hung up my competitive shooting days. That's the coin I looked at. Because I grew up as a kid and I competed long range rifle for most of my 30s and 40s in formal competition. But then there just gets to be a point where your eyes, because a lot of my competing was actually not with scopes. It was with essentially open sights and stuff. So, but it gets pretty hard to compete with the young guys when they flat out can see better. I mean, I still do a lot of shooting, but I just don't do it formally, competitively anymore. And there's things about it I miss. But then there's things about it I don't miss too. You know, because when you compete in high power, long range stuff, you essentially have to reload all your own ammo because you cannot buy ammo good enough in the stores to make you competitive. And I don't miss that level of having to be precision on your reloading. I still reload all the time, but it's more for hunting, it's more for going out and having a little bit of fun shooting and stuff. So I'm not having to pour over every single little like measurement of a lot of them, unless I want that, you know, that group that's a dime size group, which I sometimes still strive for. I don't miss the travel and being on the road as much as it takes to be competitive. But in reality, most of what I would like miss from being a competitive shooter, I can still kind of do just in my own fun shooting time. There will at some point be some shooting videos on the channel. They won't be lives. They'll just be standalone videos that, you know, I'm shooting one of my particular rifles or one of my pistols or something like that. One more coin in this jar, and then we're done with the jar. We are done with 2000 to 2009. No extra claw. Looks like it might have been. I wouldn't say it's an ender at some point, but definitely no extra claw there. Some damage on that end claw. All right. That's the 2000 to 09. What do we got? We got 2 jars left. Not that much in the 10 to 19 jar, so let's burn them. We will burn these, and then... Oh, well, the 2020s have about a jar. So, I don't know. We'll see if we go into the 2020s tonight or not, but we're definitely going to burn these. Might actually run into some better condition coins now. Probably nothing to save off the condition, but I know there's dye chips in her hair at some point that you can possibly find. Back. Dogs are bugging today. I just started the 2010s to 19. There's not a whole lot in this jar. There was really only that in the jar, so I'm gonna burn this jar. Then I'm gonna go to my chat scene, put up the coffee run graphic, and get another cup of coffee. And I think I'm gonna burn through the last jar of 2020s tonight, just to be able to say they're done for the next time I get a hunt. The next time I get a hunt stream in. I figured 1 cup of coffee will get me through that last jar. And then I will call it a night. Did you actually leave the stream, or did you just leave your whatever you were watching it on? I thought you actually earned coins for lurking, but Luke was telling me you don't earn coins during lurking time. I did not know that. Did I ask you earlier, Tim, do you watch Luke? Lucky Luke's coins? You have to be here to earn. Yeah, but you could like just leave your computer, like if you were watching on a computer, right? Just stay essentially like logged into the stream, but then like me go upstairs or something, and you're still gaining those minutes of being in the stream, right? I know Luke said something about chat activity plays into it somehow. I guess you're never really going to know how all these algorithms actually work. You have to logged in screen. Okay. Well, I was going to say, I'm guessing you're working your way to the top of most of the lists. Hey, Raz. Yeah, I'm right. Almost. I don't know. I've 15 coins of 2010 to 19, and then I'm going to go get a cup of coffee, and I've got essentially 3/4 of a jar of 2020s. And then I'm calling it a night. But then I'll have my quarters my quarter jars will be completely empty after I get through the 2020s, which will make it convenient to hunt a couple rolls of quarters whenever I get the chance. Like 10 points, 10 minutes. Let me see what I got mine set to. I am set at every 5 minutes, the payout to live users is 3. I know Luke said he's on a 1-to-1, or he goes 5 to 5, I think he said. So like every 5 minutes for him, it's 5 points. But I got mine set a little bit harsher. I'm 5 minutes for 3 coins. I mean, Luke was telling me it really doesn't matter that much because people are going to gamble them and end up getting more anyways and stuff. I know there's doubling in some of these windows and stuff in the doors, but I don't see anything there. Yeah, Raz, just plugging away. Got to do these scope streams every so often just to empty out the jars. I mean, I could just bypass doing all of this on, looking for stuff on these coins, but it's fun. I enjoy sitting here on 3-hour streams doing this. No burning building, nothing on her goggles. And this coin was actually in the wrong jar. A lot of times I toss them out of jar and I miss the one it's supposed to go in. There's usually always one coin that there's always usually one coin in a jar that is in the wrong jar. Yeah, I was going to say, Tim, you got to be moving yourself to the top pretty darn quick here. You should be in good shape to play whatever games you want for a while, I'm guessing, unless you gamble at all. Taking a spin on the slots. They come up threes. Quarter, skull, and nickel. I thought I took skull and crossbones out of the emojis, but I guess they're still in there. Slot. Not as much as gambling or heisting all. I think you got lucky on that heist, though. I mean, that heist is why you're at where you're at. I wasn't sure if you could heist all. I'm guessing you could gamble all too in reality then. I think you can gift points now, actually. I have it turned on. Well, and I can always go into the back end of the loyalty points and just add points to people. Is it better if you like the San Antonio? Yeah, it's kind of a cool design. Is heist better when you have more people in on it, Tim, or does it really not matter how many people actually join it? Or have you even noticed to have an opinion? You can gamble all? This one looked like it might be in a little better shape. We'll see what condition is as a whole. Quite a bit of chatter. More people can get more points. I figured heist, it was determined by how many people went in on it with whoever started it. Oh, so you'll never lose anything on a heist. Worst case scenario on a heist, you're just not going to get anything. Okay, that makes more sense. So you're essentially not gambling anything on a heist. It's just whether you're going to get anything. So in reality, heists are actually pretty safe. If you're concerned about your coin number. Oh, really? I guess I never even looked at the heist settings. Let me look quick and see if what heist settings even are. So heist minigame, exclamation point, heist, and then number of points. Let's go into preferences. Minimum entries. So, okay, so minimum entries is 1. Max amount is 1337. It's got a 120-second delay, start delay, and a 300-second cooldown. Under chance to win, I don't really understand these numbers. Under chance to win, it says viewers 75, subscribers 75, moderators 75, and then winner payout, it says viewers 100, subscribers 100, and moderators 100. I might have to Google that and see what those actually mean. And then there's message settings where I can change the messages later if I wanted to say something else. Okay, which one are you saying is a lot of points? I guess I don't know what I should set these to. Viewers, subscribers, and my... So I'm guessing this is a percentage. So this must be like a 75% chance to win. So this should be the highest. This should be the next. And this should actually be a lower percentage. All right, Tim, you tell me where you think things should be. And we'll let it ride that way for a while and see how it works. Okay, give me your recommendation. Yeah, this definitely needs to be adjusted some, for sure. Make mods 75% and subscribers. So mods we're leaving there. Subscribers 45. Okay. Well, then viewers have to be significantly lower then. I mean, viewers probably got to be what, 25%? Viewers 29. All right. All right. And then what are we doing down here? I don't know if this is a percentage or... I don't remember what you won. What you won when you won that heist. $25 were? Okay, I'll go 25 on viewers. Alright, so we have viewers 25, subscribers 45, and moderators 75. I don't know what this payout, winner payout, refers to though, or like how this number is figured. It's 100 what? There's no... A lot of times there's like a little question mark thing there that you can click and it kind of tells you something about it. But it's not there. Set them all to 93? Is that... Payout is total payout. Oh, so if you get the heist, if the heist is successful, then that's what the payout's going to be. I think I'm starting to understand it now. So really, do we want levels at this? You know, different levels for these? I'm still scoping some coins while we're deciding this stuff. So viewers 100. So if it's successful, a viewer is going to get 100 coins. A subscriber's going to get 300 and a mod's going to get 500. That don't seem like too much to you? I suppose, you know, not in the grand sense of somebody that gambles a lot and stuff. It's probably not. Or gambles heavy. Alright, so there I have 100, 300, and 500. Are we good? Think we're good on that? Call it good? Alright, I'm saving those. Ice settings are saved. All right, and we are back into the coins. Slowly getting things. Oh, for sure, it's all in fun. I got a couple of these Ellis Islands here tonight. All right. 5 coins, and I'm going to go get a coffee. Here's an ender. Slots payout is the same. I guess I don't know. Let's go to slots and take a look at some slots settings. Slots mini game. So general minimum amounts 10, max is 10,000, which we'll leave there. The emotes, I just changed these, like I was saying, to the dollar, quarter, and the penny. And these are the combos. So a dollar is going to be a multiplier by 10. So these are multipliers. So if you slots 10 and you get 10, you're going to win 100. So these are multipliers. And then like the mini game within the mini game, which you already know about, is if you hit any of these 3 of a kinds, I'm hunting a roll of that during the stream. Yeah, this has got the Ring of Death on it. For sure. Yeah, when I changed the emotes, or the symbols, I didn't change any of the multipliers in slots. Good on slots. Okay, so I don't even have to save anything because we didn't change anything on slots. All right, 5 more coins, and I'm going to go get a coffee. I don't know if you're going to stick around any longer tonight, Tim, but thanks for hanging out as long as you did if you're calling it a night. I got one more jar. I just got to do the one more jar. And then my quarters are donezo. No, that's what I want. And that's why I made you a mod too now. Because you've definitely worked your way into a regular. There is something over here on... Where is it? Not user management. I forget where it was, but there's something about regulars, but I don't know if it really changes anything for anybody. Like you can, within Streamlabs, you can indicate them as a regular. I'll look into it at some point. Oh, you used to run games on a Facebook channel? Well, many years ago, I would say it's probably more than 7 now. I had a Twitch account and a Twitch channel, and I was running Streamlabs, and I remember a lot of this interface and stuff. But it's been so many years. Like I said, it was like probably 7, 8 years ago, maybe even more. And I remember, tinkering with Streamlabs. So like I said, I remember some of this interface. It's just I never ran it long enough, and I never kept my Twitch channel going long enough to like really get an understanding of it. So now, essentially, because my YouTube channel is probably going to stick around for as long as I decide to do it, or longer than that. I'll have a little bit more experience with this at some point. One coin, I'm going to run up and get a cup of coffee. I'm going to let you do your thing on modding Tim, and if it looks like anybody pops in, you can tell them I'll be right back. I don't have to make a whole pot or anything. I run a cup in one of those Keurig machines. Leave you up a cool coin to look at. How about I'll do what I usually do if there's nobody in here and I make a run. I usually go to here, throw that up, but since you're in here, if you think anybody's in here, you can tell them I'll be right back. Probably less than 5 minutes there, Tim. All right. Anybody's still hanging out? One jar to go. One jar quarters, and then I'm calling it a night. I'm gonna go watch me some YouTube myself, some channels. All right. This jar's got to produce a couple die chips. There's die chips all over 2020s. Nothing in her hair like there's usually. Let's try to. Trying to drum up people to say hi here. Is there big anybody else streaming on the coin side of things? I don't know if Luke's streaming tonight or not. I thought he said last night it's going to be a little while before he goes live again.
Sometime next week, I thought he said would be his next live. Oh, I appreciate that. Is he live right now? I don't have my YouTube feed up. Or did you just like drop a link and commute it in the community tab of his channel? B. Waller. That community tab is something that I'm going to try to get a little bit more used to using, or try to figure out how to maybe use it a little bit more for, you know, the community that hangs around here. Hangs out with me anyways. No dye chip in the hat. Yeah, I'm guessing this is going to be about an hour. Maybe not quite an hour. B. Waller is a coin guy and racing. Used to stock car race myself. Many a year ago. A little bit of grease strike through on the T, but and the I, but not worth keeping. No dye chip in her hair. I guess I never did ask, Tim, do you have a channel? And I guess I never clicked on your name to see if it sent me to a channel. You got anything you do on YouTube, or you just got a watching account? Got a nice luster on this one. I know there's supposed to be a double dye earring on this particular coin, but I don't even see the earring that well on this coin. And if I remember right, there's some die chips, some known die chips in the name. Half the time I don't remember all the die chips that are on these newer coins. No channel yet? Are you going to? You plans on firing one up? I always try to adjust the focus for the stream version for you guys, just because as I touch the scope and stuff, it tends to go a little out of focus. And sometimes it's just, I send it out of focus because I pinch my the cloth that the coin stays on, and then the coin rises. So if I keep it flat, it usually stays in focus. Need to try eventually. $20 camera from Walmart. That's all I run. I run two $20 cameras from Walmart. I run this particular scene is run off my phone, and a program that essentially allows what my phone sees to talk through Wi-Fi to my computer. And I don't know, a $40 mic from Walmart. I someday may upgrade this mic. I think my tune's finally. Hit the point it needed a restart. And I'm an OBS fan, so once you start, working on it and stuff, there are people that don't like OBS, and then there are guys like me who really like OBS because I'm comfortable in OBS with doing a lot of the overlay stuff, and I just have an understanding now of like changing scenes, which changes your camera. I go from this, and then little things like this Be Right Back coffee run thing. It's just the one click to bring it up or one click to hide it. I should have hit it when I got back. And then I like OBS because I can do things like this. I don't know, you probably haven't seen a lot of these scenes because I haven't switched over to them a lot in the last 2 nights. So these are like my finds of the year on the dollar side of things. So like when I find something in a hunt, it'll get added to this list. More likely with like the mintage in parentheses. Here's another scene that I typically sometimes I use it in streams and I'll bring it up like this, and other streams I'll never even bring it up. And I'll never click on it. But it kind of shows what has been found in each of the certain, because I was telling you last night, I'm sure you were around when I was saying I don't really box hunt. I essentially just handful of rolls hunt, and I always have a supply of the different types of rolls. I very rarely, in fact, I've never bought a complete box from a bank. And my hunts are always multi coin roll hunts where it's a handful of nickel rolls, a handful of pennies and quarters and dollars. So like on this scene here, behind each one of the coin images in parentheses, that is the number of rolls that have essentially been hunted this year. The calendar year 2025. Now next year when we hit 26, I'll reset all this. And And nickels will always be, you know, it'll always go nickels, pennies, quarters, and dollars from most to least, because my hunts are always typically 4 rolls of nickels, 3 rolls of pennies, and 2 rolls of quarters. So, you know, like quarters is never really going to catch up to pennies, and pennies is really never going to catch up to nickels on the side of how many rolls have been hunted for each year. I don't know if all that makes sense or it's just totally confusing. And then if you've checked out any of like the actual like the videos on the channel, you'll see like I actually call it the bangers, and those are the pulls from a particular, maybe a 2-hour roll hunt. And essentially that's a video that's just been cut out of the live stream. I always say, like, these streams that I do here like this, which I call like a scoping stream because it's all I'm really doing, are probably the most boring of the streams, you know, other than compared to the 2-hour, I'm going to hunt 10 rolls of something. You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know where my phone is power-wise, so I might lose this camera before I get through all these. Because if my phone dies, then this particular camera dies. So I may not get through all of these 2020s tonight. We'll see how many I burn through here quick. Yeah, you'll have to try to get something set up and start a channel. Well, you've already got the account, so it's like all you got to do is start the channel. No dye chip in the hair. Have fun, learn something. Yeah, well, that's what it's all about for me. Like I've always said, you know, YouTube ain't going to be nothing more than a hobby for me, and hang out and, like you just said, have fun, learn some things. I always say though, you know, I don't know what you're going to learn from my channel really. I think that's in the channel description too, that don't expect much from my channel. Yeah, you know, I guess I'm not all that, what do you want to call it? Subs concerned? You know, people that stop in and kind of enjoy it, maybe they'll sub and maybe they'll come back, you know, and they don't. Most of my streams, I will admit, most of my streams end up just like tonight is. where I'm going through. A lot of times I try not to do 3 and 4 hour streams, but a lot of times I'll have a couple regulars pass through. You know, like Raz was in here, Investable Collectibles was in for a minute or two. Who else was in here? Go back and look. I think that might be it. Yeah, Raz was in here right away for the most part. And you and Raz were the two most in here tonight. Investable stopped in quick. But most of my streams end up like this, where I hang out with, 1 or 2 viewers that show up, and I have fun with it. We shoot the bull and talk about whatever comes up. I mean, I'm probably going to be talking football a lot here in the next 6 months. Well, not 6 months. 6 months gets us past the Super Bowl, actually. But for sure in the next 4 months, No die chip in the hat. I know there are die chips along his wrist, and I think I even saw somebody find one along the sword. And I'm sure you were in here last night, and you might even been the one I was talking to about the channel not being operated in the sense of being a growing channel. I would say I don't make channel administrative decisions in the sense of good decisions to make it grow. In fact, a lot of what I do is actually counterproductive. To straight up channel growth. Do you have a pro team? I actually set up a Packers scene. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, or if I'm going to do anything with it. I actually need to fill out the Washington game here. But the screen here below me was I was going to just kind of go live and watch press conferences. But I don't know if I'll ever use that. I mean, I'm going to open football cards at some point on stream, but I don't know if I'll ever use that particular screen for anything. More likely not. The other thing is I only have 7% left on my overhead light that basically gives me my lighting for the stream. We'll get through as many of these coins as we can until something goes dead here in my setup. I'm impressed though how my OBS has not dropped a frame all night. Error cards. I don't know if there really is too many things for error cards. Nah, we're just gonna crack some packs. Try to hit some Packers. I think tomorrow I'll go buy a box or two of football cards and just have them on standby. Raz, you're back? Or did you never leave? There are error cards, but those are really hard to find. No, I'm just a Packer collector for the most part. I mean, I'm just cool to hit any Green Bay cards. Because that's essentially what I save. Those are my, what people call PC. That's personal collection. So everything else that ain't a Packer card. Actually, if there's fans of a certain team in the streams and stuff, or if there's a regular in here, I'll send those to whoever is a fan of that team. Because I definitely don't need to stockpile cards I'm not interested in, that's for sure. I'd like to find the burning building someday. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, you look at enough quarters, at some point you're going to find one. I don't know if there is anything to look for on this quarter or not, but in my opinion, it is one of the worst design quarters I've ever seen. But my opinion don't mean anything. Oh, yeah, it is expensive. It's an expensive hobby, and I mean, it's even worse for somebody that's not like a real specific team fan like me, and you like chase a lot of different teams or something like that. Then it's really expensive. But I mean, it's the same price to buy a box for everybody. Obviously, I get that, but at least I'm not keeping a lot. I mean, I'll actually like just straight up toss a lot of the cards that I don't want to keep. Like if it's a star, if it's a real big star, then I'll essentially keep it because somewhere down the road somebody might want that card from me or something, because they're a fan of the team or something. But like just run of the mill, what would be called base veteran cards and stuff, I keep my Packers, but everybody else gets tossed in the garbage because can't keep everything. Yeah, you're right. There's so many brands and brands within brand. You're exactly right. Ring of Death. Yeah, when we were kids, put them in your bicycle spokes. It's been a long time since I've bought a pack of Magic cards too. Well, there went the one light I use, so that's out. So now my scope is going to run on its own battery here now, and for a while anyway. So probably ain't got too much time left in the stream. I think I went over 4 hours already. Yeah, I'm at 4.5 hours. I think I came on at 7, 8 or something like that. We'll do a couple more of these, and the jar won't be done, but it'll at least have some space for new ones. I have seen them on eBay, depending on which ones you're talking about. I've seen several different sets of them on eBay, and they're actually like in my watch list and stuff, because I was at some point probably going to buy some of them, if we're talking about the same thing. Another type of card that I'm still going to buy some of and stuff, because I think they're cool, are those, they're expensive though. They're like $20 a pack, and you get like 4 cards in the pack, but they're like the like they're not relic. They're not all relic cards, but they're I think they're called Pieces of History or something. Yeah, I think from the 60s, the Civil War cards. I think I know what you're talking about. There's several different sellers on eBay that have them. Come on, give me a die chip in the hat. All right. I can't remember what those cards are called. Let me grab them. It's going to be dark on this other screen though, because my light went out. I guess it's not that bad without the light. Still have a half a cup of coffee, but all right, we're going to put these 2020s back, because we're going to basically call the coin hunting for the night done. I'm going to grab those cards. I got about one pack of them a while back. There's one particular seller on Whatnot that I buy a lot of cards from if I'm going to buy cards. So they're, what are they? Oh, pieces of the past. So yeah, 4 cards. They're pieces of the past. So this is like a base card. These might not focus with no light on now. Maybe this light will work. Yeah. So this is like a chrome card. D-Day, June 6th. Like I said, you only get 4 cards in them. Here's a MacArthur card. And I think that's a regular base card. What's this one? Here's a Roosevelt President card. And then I had this one in it. And he top loaded that one. I think that's so I think all 4 of these basically were just regular cards. But you can get like the relic piece cards in it and you know, it might be a piece of a document or something from whenever. There's a pretty cool white herb card from the last couple sets that I might end up just buying outright from somebody on eBay just because I want it. But they tend to ask so much for those relic cards. Some of them are outrageously priced, and some of them are probably in the wheelhouse of being where they should be. So my wife tonight, though, did give me $100 star bill, and I have not checked the rarity of it yet. And she gave me a $100 kind of a cool serial number. I'm going to check and see what the serial number coolness rating is on it. That's why you like bullion. Can't argue you there. And my daughter, I mean, this one's in bad. This 100 star note is not in bad shape for a. I think it's a little older. Yeah, it's a 2006 series, and it's not in bad shape for 2006. And obviously, this is a newer $100 bill, but I think that serial number is going to come up with a pretty high coolness index, just because of the repeating. And then my daughter happened to have, she let me go through her purse money and she had a $1 star note, so I paid her $1 for it. Keep all the star notes that I come across and stuff. Tim, just listening. For sure, Raz. Yep. I mean, it definitely has, a base value that really, is going up. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this. We'll end the stream after this. Let's go here. I'll bring you guys into let's see what the UCI on this one. The $1 bill, that $1 star note, it's not gonna have any. And the $100 star note really has no significance in the serial number. But let's look at this serial number. Let's run the UCI on it. I don't know if it's going to be in the 90s or not. I don't know. Depending on what you're watching on, you probably won't be able to see a lot of this, but so like 90 to 94 is cool. You really want to get into the 95 and up percent to really have a bill that is kind of collectible. So let's run this serial number and see what we get. So it's 67 5757 67. Oh, see, I knew it was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be. I didn't think it was going to make 90. I didn't think it was going to make 97.3. So that's a little bit higher one I got. Yeah, I think the sevens Raz is probably what did it. It's either the sevens. Let's see what they say here. Contains a 4 of a kind and 2 pairs. I think that's probably what gave it the higher percent. Only 0.15% of 8-digit numbers have that combination. So 3 unique digits, 0.71, and the digits sum to 50. So it's definitely the fact that the 4 of a kind and 2 pairs is what brought it up to 97. So that's a good find. And I guess, while we're at it, let's let's look up the star note. Let's see how rare the 100 is. I do not believe it's going to be extremely rare. It is, what series is it? 06A. So it's an 06A and it's KK 01 62 09 74, and then in this website you have to put the star in. It's only got a run size of 33 million or 3.2 million, so not a rare one. We can just hit this and see what the cool index is, I think. Yeah, see. 58%, so it didn't have no cool index worth keeping. Let's check this $1. We'll check this $1 and then I will call it a stream. I'm going to go watch some YouTube myself. Look up Star Note. What is it? It is a 2021. Oh, it's on it. 2021 series. It is a D065 26 203 and star. $3.2 million run size again, so just a regular, not extremely rare. Yes, I am too. I'm going to grab something to eat. I'm going to watch some YouTube, somebody's channel, and hang out for a bit. Raz, Tim, thanks for hanging out. You guys were the main hangers tonight. Appreciate it. It was fun. I got through some quarters. Next stream's probably going to be an actual hunt stream, so just don't know when I'm going to do it. Don't know if it'll be tomorrow or Sunday night or who knows. Investable, collectible, stopped in. I think he was he really the only other one that stopped in other than Raz and Tim there? I think so. All right, we'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Take care. Be well. See you next time.